Hello, hello. Welcome to the Battle of the Girl Bands Readathon Sprints. We are so glad that you guys can join us. And so, just to talk about, I guess, what I'm reading tonight. So, I'll be reading The River Enchanted, which I'm about, I think I'm 36% of the way in right now. And yeah, 36%. And it's just okay for me currently. So, hopefully, hello. Hopefully it'll pick up a little bit. We shall see. And I don't hate it, but currently it's like in that mid range where it could fall to a 2 or it could fall to a 4, but right now it's like at a 3. So we shall see. What are you guys going to be reading tonight or doing tonight?
Well, I am actually not probably going to get to The River Enchanted this month in general. So sorry, Team TLC. I'm not going to get you those points. That's on me. But what I am reading right now is a nonfiction. It's called Wild Girls by Tia Miles. I'm thinking I'm going to finish it tonight. And so I do have a couple backup books that I can consider. And if we get to it, I'll showcase it. I'm not going to be like, oh, then I'm going to get to this. And you're like, Leandra, you did not get to it. It's fine. So I'm going to be realistic and be like, this is the book I'm focusing on. And I'm really enjoying it. It says, the little subtitle is How the Outdoors Shaped the Women Who Challenged a Nation. And it mainly focuses on women, predominantly those of color, and throughout history, their connection with nature, environmentalism, and it's very much U.S. focused. And the first chapter was on Harriet Tubman and her connections with, and it was really interesting. I'm really appreciating the voice narrator. I don't think it's the author herself. I think it's someone else who's providing the accents and stuff, which is really great. And yeah, so I'm having a good time. If people need a short, I think the audiobook is technically only 4 hours, on normal speed. It's a very short nonfiction for those who might want to. Yeah, exactly. It's nice, very short. So for those of you who are nonfiction, it's actually this is novella range. So yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm reading.
What about you, Kelsey?
So I'm reading The Perfumist of Paris. I'm buddy reading this with Brittany, so I only really have to read 50 pages tonight, and then I'm hoping to switch back over to The Frozen River and make some progress there.
Nice. Cool. What about you, Katie?
Sorry, I feel like I look like I'm a deer in the headlights, where I'm I don't. I just got home from my full-time job, but I will be working. I will be working on all things author services tonight. I'm working on a big project that I want to announce as soon as possible, but I have adult responsibilities, so boo to that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so I want to come hang out. I was I don't know, because I won't be reading, but I'm here and I'm distracted, and let's do it.
Yeah, totally. We're happy that you've blessed us with your presence.
Oh, shucks. Well,
I will be doing adult things as well. I have to clean my house because I was a slacker this weekend and decided that I've been working on a project as well. And I kind of got enthralled in that this weekend instead of actually reading or cleaning my house or doing laundry. And so, yes, I'm right there with you. Let's see who's joined us. We have Coda. I believe Coda was on prior to us going live, begging for 5 p.m. to happen. The beginning of this stream marks the end of the workday. Yay! So hopefully you're on your way home and you'll be able to join us again in the comments. Hello, Alicia. Thank you for joining. Hi, Hillary. I'm reading The Rage of Dragons. Ooh. I would like to read this at some point. It's on my list. I've not gotten to it yet. Hi, Ro. Finally freed for today. Very nice. Hello, Dakota. Hi, friends. Hello, Purple Dragonfly. Hello, Jen. The Oscars are in 2 weeks. I don't typically watch the Oscars. Someone inform me. Is the Oscars movies or shows? It's movies, right?
Yeah,
movies in that field.
Movies. But I'm not the person to confirm, but I think it's movies.
Was that last year the event? The slap. I think that's why I got Oscars. Yeah, I'm that movies. That's literally why I'm
ago.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, it happened a year ago.
I didn't think that was real. When everyone was talking about it, I was like, for real? And then it was real, and I was like, wow, for free?
I know, it's crazy.
I know. It seemed, which I know it probably wasn't, but at the time I was like, this has to be staged, right? Like, this is something they planned.
I know. You kind of, then you start like looking at body language and you're like, oh no, it was a surprise for everyone. And I think there was something where they were trying to choose someone for another award ceremony, like one of the big ones. I don't know what it was. And they were like, no one's saying yes to this. And then they were like, oh, and then they asked Chris Rock and obviously he said no. And it's like, of course he did. He's never going to do this again. Like I wouldn't.
I would never host because I've never heard anyone really say that a host does a good job. So no, thank you.
Yeah.
No.
Too much pressure.
And I think it's really easy to blame the host too when things do go wrong, even though I think a lot of like the production stuff isn't on their plate. So yeah, not a job I would want.
No.
But we'll see what can happen this year. How can they top it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's their standard now. They're like, okay, what's going to be the next thing?
I mean, I think if they learned anything, if there's drama, people will watch. And seeing as how ratings for things like this now are like pretty boring.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to stage something and have something.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. We can make bets on who it'll or what it'll be. Who's going to be in the drama? Jen is cuddling with sick kiddos. I'm sorry your kiddos are sick. Probably listening to a Master of Jen. I want to know how this is going because I want to read this too. I know this is for Nell's book club, right?
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to get to it this month, but I want to eventually. Hello, Tina. I'm reading A Brush with Murder by Bailey Abbott. I'm reading it with a friend. It's such a weird, cozy mystery. How is it weird? I like weird books.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of Brush. Is it like a painting cozy mystery or is she like a hairdresser, amateur sleuth? Like, what does this brush have to do with the murder? Like, why is it punny? I know it's punny.
Rose reading God Killer. I've listened to a couple of podcasts on it and a reading vlog. Can't wait to enjoy it. Yay. I hope you do.
Me too.
And then speaking of God Killer, Julie is also in the comments trying to make serious progress in Dune and also being an adult. Yeah. And just in case anyone in the comments doesn't know, Julie's pick for the readathon was God Killer. So if you would like to read God Killer, you are reading one of Julie's favorites. That's also in my list, but I have so many books right now. And like you said, it's the 26th of February.
It's not happening. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to lower expectations.
Right. I have that one. I have God Killer. Something else just popped up that I was surprised about. That was also on my list. I still have A Tiger's Wife. Like, there are so many books that I'm like, there's no way.
I know. I don't know how there's only a few more days. I'm like, oh, I have a whole week left. And then I actually looked at the calendar and I'm like, nope, I do not.
Nope. Yeah. I know. And I always think like in the early days in the month, I was like, oh, I'm actually like making a lot of progress. Everything's looking great. And I'm like, February is such a short month, but I'm getting so much done. And now I'm like, where has the month gone?
Like, what's happened? Yeah, nope.
Never Left Home. Very nice.
Nice.
Hello. Having some physical issues today, so staying still and potentially listening to The Haunting of Tramcar 15, novella associated with Master of Jen, and reading a Master of Jen. Well, I'm sorry you're having some physical issues, but I'm happy that books can keep you company and that we can keep you company. So hopefully staying still and listening to some good books will help. Reading Strange the Dreamer. This is one I've never read. Have you guys read this? It's on my list, but I don't know. Actually, Alicia, you'll have to let me know because we have similar taste, what you think of it. Because I kind of am shy about it because I think it's going to be similar to The Starless Sea, and I did not like The Starless Sea.
Yeah, all I know is that it's Laini Taylor, right?
Yeah.
That's all I know.
Yeah.
I know less than that. Well, now I know up to that. At least that.
The more you know.
Yeah.
Also dealing with a Libby dilemma. 2 holds came in earlier than expected, and I have to pick between the 2. Oh no! The Anthropocene.
Anthropocene, yeah.
Reviewed by John Green, and Climate Book by Greta Thunberg.
Both non-fiction as well.
Say that again. Sorry.
Both of them are nonfiction,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
I cannot steer you one way or the other.
I briefly started the one by John Green earlier this month, and I lost the hold, so I didn't finish it, but I did like it when I was listening to audio. So.
Oh, sorry you lost it partway through.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I hate it when that happens. I know. Oh yes, thank you. Yes, my TARDIS art. It's actually by a local artist. So called Watercolor Chaos. So I don't know if they actually make art anymore. I got it at Comic-Con and I haven't seen them at the Comic-Con recently. And so I don't know if they're still in business or not.
Danni, I did not know that you like Doctor Who.
Oh yes.
This is crazy. My husband and I actually met because of Doctor Who. So yeah, because I'll make this the shortest thing ever because we're not on my sprints. We're not here for this. But for anyone who wants to know,
you got me.
So
Yeah,
my husband and I don't live in the same state. So we technically met through Tinder, right? But Tinder has like a limit to location, right? And so we never should have met. But what basically happened was I was coming with one of my friends to Minnesota to watch the Day of the Doctor, like the anniversary movie.
Yeah.
And so my Tinder got all messed up. And so we ended up swiping on each other and it just kind of worked out until we were like, wait, you live where? And yeah, and the rest is history. And like he also commented because I was wearing like a TARDIS dress, to go to the movie. So like, that's the short version. There you go.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Yeah. I really need to. So I have not watched all of the seasons. I know there's like a ton of seasons, but I don't have a subscription to any cable or streaming services anymore. And so I have to get access in other ways or like wait until I know I'm going to have some time to like binge watch. But yes, I am a Doctor Who fan. My backpack to go to my master's classes in college was a little TARDIS backpack. And I had one professor that I just dearly loved because the first day I walked in, he was like, "Oh, is it bigger on the inside?" And everyone else around me just was like, "What?"
No, they're like, oh, these people, they don't understand. You're going to get an A automatically.
Right. I think the Oppenheimer and Barbie love will lift the TV ratings a bit.
Probably.
So far, I'm liking it. Nice. Been scripting my March TBR and really need that anthology finished. Yes, totally get that. I have also been looking at my March TBR and I'm already stressing about it.
Yeah, I need to. I was organizing it a little bit today, and I'm still playing with it, like moving little parts and being like, okay, this. What am I?
Yeah. When are things going to meet? Like, when can your holds come in?
Yes.
Yeah. Also trying to catch up on Dune. Yeah, you guys, like, I commend you. I really enjoyed that book, but I read it once and I don't think I ever want to read it again.
Yeah, I need to read. I had mentioned this, and it's not like because the book I wasn't enjoying it, but I need to restart it because now I've got the physical book, and I was only doing audio, and I was like, this isn't the way that I should be doing this like crazy book. So I'm further behind than Coda and Julie because I'm restarting, but I do need to do that, and I'm not going to finish it by the end of the month either. It's fine.
It'll happen when it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Where did February go? I know. And it's a leap year. Like we have one extra day.
Yeah.
But
I know. We're so ungrateful. February's like, I gave you an extra day. Like, come on. And we're like, oh, you're still too short.
The issue is it's a work day. So it's not that great. It's like, well, what do you want me to do with it?
Yeah. This is what they should do. They should give everyone leap day off because it is normally not a work day because it normally doesn't exist. So no one's going to notice if we just don't go to work that day.
I would love that. We need to make a movement because you're right. It's like a very special occasion, like we only get it every 4 years. And it's like, yahoo, day off. Oh, that'd be fun.
Well, think about like all the kids that are born on leap day and they never like get to sell. Like they have their birthday every 4 years.
Yeah, they like celebrate on a different day that's not actually their day. Yeah.
That's literally what the littles were talking to me about today. They were like, that they don't actually. I'm like, no, they still celebrate their birthday every year. They don't not age, guys. And they're like, no, their birthday doesn't exist for 4 years. So what do they do? I'm like, let's put on our thinking cap, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
They still are on the planet.
We didn't age. If that was the case, I'd be like, put my birthday on that day, please, because I only get a year older every 5 years. Okay, I'll take it.
I will live forever.
No, but see, kids want to grow up so fast. So if anything, they would hate that. They hate that. Like they just want to be a grown up so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you could move your birthday, that would be good, because I don't, like, if I had kids, which I don't, but if I had kids, I wouldn't want an infant to be born that day if they didn't age, because then you would have a baby forever.
For 4 years, just like a child, like a baby. Well, you know what I was thinking too, though, is that I was talking about this not long ago, and I just remembered it. So if you were born not on a leap day, but in a leap year, technically you, like on any other, like your day was shifted a day then. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you were born, like for instance, I was born on September 8th, but if it was in a leap year, on 3 out of the 4 other years around that time, I should have been born on the 7th.
Yeah.
Huh.
True.
So like the question is, like, if your birth year is a leap year, you were shifted a day, right? Is that right? Am I?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Too much mental power right now.
Yeah, my bad.
Same issue here. Thought there was another week. Yep. I need to get it done because Libby takes it back on Wednesday. Oh no. I haven't read The Starless Sea. I'm 100 pages in, and so far I'm liking it. Not in love with it, but enjoying it. Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about The River Enchanted currently. I'm not even going to try and say that word again. Was so good. So we've got more people in the comments trying to lean you one way or the other. Which one you want to pick?
Mm-hmm.
It's a painting-themed cozy mystery. The main character and her sister have a very odd relationship, and their parents are just really interesting. I love the word interesting when people use it, because it can be a hateful word or a quirky word. Do you know what I mean? Like if you say, they're interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be like subtly insulting. Like, oh, what do you think of my outfit? It's interesting. It's like, okay, you hate it. It's fine. Like, whatever. Yeah.
So it sounds fun though. I like the painting themed. I don't think I've ever read a book or read a like mystery book that's painting themed.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be fun. That's a cute meet cute, Katie. Yes, it is. I love that.
That's cute.
I think so, especially because when people hear the word Tinder, they're like, oh. And I was like, you know what? It worked, okay? It worked. Especially because, let's be so for real, I was never going to meet anyone out and about. If a man talked to me, I'd be like, nope, run away. Like, what's his agenda here? Absolutely not. Nope. So,
yeah, the only reason I am married is because I met him in high school. So yeah, if I was an adult searching, I would be hopeless. I would be terrified to date online too. So anyone who dates online, I'm like, I commend you. I wish you luck.
It's so normal here. Like, I don't know if where you guys are, but like most of my friends, I didn't meet my partner on Tinder. I met him at school, but most of my friends, it's all Tinder.
Yeah.
Like nothing else. Or Bumble. Like it's one or the other. Nothing else really. Yeah.
Also, Bumble has Bumble BFF, which I did try, and that was just as terrifying.
I've heard it's horrible.
It's just like
that. Yeah,
what does that mean?
It's like if you want to meet friends.
Yeah.
If you're like, hey, I'm a sad, lonely human.
Yeah.
Then I joined the internet on Bookstagram, and that really helped. That's better than Bumble
That's
BFF.
better, much better.
Yes.
I would be scared to do that as I don't think I would try that out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
it's not great.
If anyone has in the comments, let us know. But I've heard bad things about it here. Like just that people like won't actually meet up with you. They'll like flake on you a lot. I haven't heard bad like horror stories or anything. But I've heard like people just say they want to meet up and then not actually put effort. So it's like, why are you on the app to meet friends if you're not going to put the effort?
The other crazy thing is that Bumble puts insane pressure on us. And as introverts, so like, here's the thing. So if you match, right? If it's like, oh, I want to be friends. You have 24 hours to engage with each other or it disappears. I can't handle that pressure. I don't know how to talk to humans, especially like initially, like, hi, I'm so-and-so, want to be my friend? Really? Really? They're going to be like, no. And that's fair.
Honestly, me neither. So,
it's actually worse than dating. Like that sounds worse than dating, because at least with Tinder, if you like meet someone, like you're both interested and like you get to know each other, but on a friend level, it's so different. I feel like that it would be harder to create a friendship and keep it going than a relationship.
Yeah. And it just like you're going on a first date with a friend. Like I feel like the line is suddenly weird
because you don't have common interests because you don't know each other yet. So it's not like if you meet somewhere else and then you kind of have like things to talk about, like you're meeting them for the first time and learning everything. I've never met a friend like that. Like usually we'll have a common interest or something before, so it's been easier.
Or like a common friend. Like I've met other people while out with other people, but like I don't know. And I would be super awkward. I would just be like, hi.
Yeah.
Let the silence roll in.
Or I'd be like just like babbling about like all my interests and stuff like that. One or the other.
I'd start talking about a book and they're like, yeah, I don't read. I'm like, well, I'm just going to tell you about it anyway.
Yeah, we got to go. Yeah, no, especially because like I have the kind of anxiety where, I don't know if you guys do this, but like, I don't know how to handle silence. So like if we were, Leandra, you're going to find out. So like if I'm in a room with a human and like nobody's talking, I feel like unless I've known you forever, so like my best friend and like people like that, like we will sit in silence. I don't care. We'll look at the walls, whatever. But like when I'm around other people, I feel the expectation that like I have to entertain, we have to chat, like I have to keep this fun. And so like if nobody's talking, I will keep talking. And then when I leave, I'm like, wow, I really said all that. And then I'll overanalyze everything I said. So I'm not good with new people. I'm not good at it.
No, well, don't worry, Katie, because I'm also like that, where I know that I'm like, oh, let me accommodate by just continuing to speak, and it's like, is that helping or hurting? Like, is this like, what's going on? And so no worries.
At least you have a common interest books. If all else fails, books.
Yes, exactly.
When I'm not worried about it now because like we've already spoken so much, I feel like we know each other. The difference is I'll just see you in person and you'll be like, oh, in person, Katie,
you're like, oh, no.
4 out of 10, like,
I don't think what I said explained anything at all. The book feels very disjointed. Like people are just switching up their personalities. Aw. I hope that changes. Like I hope that maybe you get to know the characters a little bit more and it makes more sense. Because that can be really irritating when a book isn't consistent with character storylines. Not me trying to get 10 hours of an audiobook and 300 pages of an ebook done before the end of February.
We're all in the same boat.
Right there with you, Megan. Rachel is here. Hello, hello. Hope we're having a magnificent day. I think so. I guess, wait, I didn't ask that. I'm having a good day. How are you guys having your day?
I'm having a good day. It's almost done. It's 7:30 here, so it's like almost finished.
Yeah.
Yay. I don't know that that's true. Oh, is this?
I think it was about the leap year stuff we were talking about, but you know what? Google it, guys. Let's research. That's our homework.
Julie, where are you at? I'm only at chapter 33. This is Dune, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm convinced I'll go with, and once again, I'm not going to say the name. Also, it's shorter, so better chance of getting it done before it goes back. Yes. Short borrow times for digital books at my library. I know we were talking about this the other day in sprints. My digital holds have become shorter recently.
Oh, mine have not.
How much shorter? What do you mean by that?
Well, so like Libby used to give me 21 days.
Mm-hmm.
Now they give me 19.
Oh, mine's always been 14.
Okay.
I want to say there's an actual thing though. I remember seeing it before where you should be able to click in it. It gives you the different options of how long you can have it. So like, I want to say that that is a thing. I just don't remember where I saw it. Cause let's be honest, I information goes in and then it goes out.
Yeah. Mine used to be set automatically at 14 and then you could like click on it and be like, no, I actually want 21. And so now all my holds are 21. But Danni, if yours is like was max 21 and maybe they changed it to max 19 now, but
yeah,
like you could try it just borrow something and see if it gives you the option to like change the date.
Okay. I'll do that on sprints. I don't want to
Yeah.
like make people like
Well, also like right now.
my exploration.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something that I had noticed it recently, and I was like, well, this is frustrating. Like, I thought 21 days was not enough time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which chapter, but 58%, about halfway into day 3. This is another thing I think with that book. I haven't read it in forever, and so, but if I remember correctly, it has really long chapters, or
it doesn't really have chapters. Like it has sections, and like when we were trying to break it up, they were like, get to the section that starts with this sentence, and I was like, oh my gosh.
That's
I hate when there's no breakdown for chapters, especially for book clubs. It's like, I don't know how to break it up. I just do pages at that point.
Yeah, that's true. But we all had different editions too, because we had like Nicole in Australia, and then we had like who was like Brittany was in Canada with her own edition, and then Coda had his own, and then I had mine, and I was like, we literally Bree had a different one. Like most of us do not have the same edition, so it was like this is mayhem. Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm at the point in my life when I just don't care. I'll go to museums or zoos or parks or hikes just on my own and chat up with whatever poor soul decides to linger beside me.
Okay.
That's cute.
Yeah.
I'm jealous because I will never do that.
I'll go by myself, but I'll go by myself just to be by myself.
But I won't chat it up with anyone unless they talk to me.
Right.
And then I'll talk to them, or if I like need something. But otherwise, I'm not that kind of person, sadly.
Yeah.
Aren't you scared? Why would I be scared? Well, when you're alone and there could be weirdos, ma'am, I'm probably a weirdo.
You should be scared of me.
And then saying hello to Coda. Hello, Steph. I'm here for the vibes tonight. Well, we've got the vibes. I don't think I'll be reading as I plan to watch The Voice tonight. Very nice. Is there a new season out?
I believe so. Okay. I don't watch it, but my mom does, and I think she was talking about it recently, so I feel like there's a new season.
I always watch like the highlights on YouTube.
What's ironic is I watch up until they start to I watch all the auditions.
Yeah.
I love auditions.
Yeah, and then I watch the first round of battles, and then I stop every time, every single time.
Yeah,
that's
I don't know why I'm not invested in who wins. I just want to know who gets a chance to be on the show.
It's irrelevant who wins, honestly. They don't even end up being the biggest stars from the show, so it just doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, I feel like sometimes they've had people on that were already professional singers. It's just, and I'm like, I don't feel like that's fair. Like they should all have to be amateurs, but I'm not the one producing.
I only like the blind auditions, and I go on YouTube spirals where suddenly I'll start watching the auditions and I'll be recommended other countries, and then suddenly hours have gone by and I was like, I've watched the blind auditions of every single country, like Australia or Norway has some good ones, and it's just I'm like, what am I doing?
Mine became shorter. They were 21, now they're 14, and they no longer allow you to choose a longer time. I suspect it's their solution to long wait times. Yeah, that sucks though. That's a whole week. I was going to revolt about a couple days.
Yeah, I think they might have even extended it, some libraries, for was it because of COVID? To allow people more, I think it might have been they extended it for COVID, and now maybe some libraries are bringing,
So rolling it back.
I feel like some of my books are different though, because some are 14 and some seem to be 21. So I wonder if the more popular ones are 14, and then the ones that not a lot of people are requesting are still 21.
Maybe.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's a library by library basis as well.
Yeah.
Not even Libby making the choice.
No.
Today was a long, very long day. I'm sorry, Laura. You're here with us now. We're happy to have you here. Mine's always been 28 days.
That's amazing.
There's a manage option on mine that you can choose how many days you need. I'm going to have to investigate. Fingers crossed, Kiwi. I tried online dating. It didn't go well. I don't know how I'm supposed to meet people either because socializing intimidates me as I'm very awkward. Yeah, me too, Steph. I'm perfectly content just reading my books at home.
Yeah. I feel like now as I'm older, I'm less likely to like want to meet people. I used to find it easy when I was like out all the time and out at school and stuff like that. It used to be super easy to like chat it up with a random person, but now it's like I would never do that in my life because I don't trust people and I also am awkward. So
yeah, I think I would definitely have a harder time now. I've told Brian if something happens to him, I'm just going to get more cats.
Yeah.
Yes. There we go.
I don't even want to think of dating like that.
No,
that scares me. If that would ever happen and I'd have to date again, that I just don't think I would.
No.
For a while at least.
Yeah. My mom has said the same thing. Like my mom's like, if something happens to your dad, like if any men come around, you need to hit him because I don't want to deal with anything anymore. Like I just want to live by myself and enjoy life. I'll never do that. Give it time. I think if I get to the point where I can just go out and randomly talk to someone really confidently, I have become a completely different person. Because even now, like even at the grocery store, I went to the grocery store today and this really nice elderly man is the one who is checking out my groceries. And he's sitting there like just trying to have a conversation with me while he's packing up my groceries. And I would give him like short, like single word answers. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, I want my groceries and I want to go home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or like when you, like, when I go for walks or things and I see someone's coming up, I like strategically wait until then I'm like, okay, look up, nod, smile, and be like, okay, I've done what I need to do. Like, I'm like, I don't want to look at them too soon because it's really awkward. And then they might want to ask me like, hey, how's it going? Yeah. Like, woohoo, like nice weather. I'm like, yeah, yes, that's why we're both walking. Like,
I recently moved to like a newish neighborhood, but it's still in my city. And like at my old place, no one said hi. Like you would walk by each other and just like, go on our merry way. But here it's like people are like, hi, how are you? Or like, hey, or always a head nod. And at first I'm like, oh, everyone does this. Like, okay, I better do it too. So then, but then I started doing it and some people don't do it back. So then I feel really weird doing it. But I'm like, I guess it's better to do it than not do it. But I just found that interesting that like certain, like it's not far from where I lived before, like maybe like 15 minutes. And it's like, people act very different. Like,
like micro cultures or like micro kind of,
Yeah, we have our neighbors like directly across from our house have what I call the golf cart gang because there are like 6 or 7 grown men who have golf carts that they ride around the neighborhood together.
Oh, are they like patrolling the neighborhood? Is that the purpose? Oh, okay.
They just
for a cruise.
Grab like a 6-pack, put it in the front seat, and they just go for a cruise, and then they end up back in their driveway. And they're very social, and so they have parties like in their garage. Their garage has like big screen TVs that you can go into and like fire pits and stuff. And they have invited us over multiple times, and I'm like, oh, thanks, but I'm just gonna stay home and read my book, and it'll be fine. And at one point in time, I think the husband asked my husband if he wanted to come over and watch the game or something. And my husband, Brian, was like, I don't want to offend you, but I just don't really like people.
It's not you, it's all people.
Right. And he's like, I think I'm just going to stay home. And ever since he said that, like, we don't get asked over anymore.
That's so like real though, because he's like so honest about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm definitely like the person I'm going to try and be polite and like, but that is like my thoughts. Like, I don't really like people that much. And being in a crowd of like 30 plus people that I don't know would make me really uncomfortable. And I'd rather just stay home.
Yeah.
I know people here say that in Minnesota like you haven't really become like a Minnesotan until you've gone to the state fair. And I'm like, well, then I will never. Because the parking alone would put me in tears because you have to park so far. I can't, like, I have lunch with a friend later this week and I told her straight up, I was like, listen, I'll go anywhere you want if there's parking. If you like, she knows straight up. If she takes me somewhere, like if she makes me drive somewhere where there's no parking, I will leave because I get very overwhelmed. I will cry. You won't like the human that comes in when she finally parks because like the cities is a different ball. It doesn't. It's a whole tangent. But like, so people, then you throw in like lots of people, absolutely never.
No.
Yeah.
Wow. The 4 of us, we understand each other. This is nice.
I actually went out to like a late night cookie shop at one point in time in the city with some girlfriends, and we had to parallel park. And I was not driving, thankfully, because I would have just driven away. I would have like, no. But the girl, Ashley, was driving. She did really well, but we ended up like the person that was in front of her ended up backing up a little bit into the parking spot that she was trying to get into. I think honestly they were just trying to be a jerk. And so she ended up not being able to get close enough to the curb. And so like we're all in the car and like it was the moment of panic for all four of us. We're like, like are we in the right place? Like, should we just leave? Should we just not have cookies tonight?
Yeah, and you're like, do I want to be that person that goes like up, back, up, back?
That would be me.
And you're just like, yeah, no.
Because I'd rather do it a million times than be parked like half sideways or something. Like that's more embarrassing to me. I feel like I'd rather be in and out like 20 times to get it right.
Yeah. Or I'd be like, okay, what are your orders? You go, get out of the car. I'll just loop until you're ready. And then you're going to dive into the car and we're going to go with our cookies. like we're robbing a bank. I'm like, this is what we're doing.
Hello, Jean. I'm halfway through Fire's Endless sequel to The River Enchanted and just finished Wildfire while working today. Very nice. Are you liking the Fire's Endless? I haven't heard anyone talk about that one yet. I have to create a new theater classroom that I very badly wanted, but I have no time to prep. So I'm not organized and I'm stressed because it won't be neat anytime soon. Aw. Well, at least you get to have that new theater classroom. But yeah, like I totally get it being stressful. Hopefully you'll be able to organize things and make it turn out how you want to. Asking about books. I'm watching for the coaches, Dan and Shay, as they are my favorite country duo. I don't know. So I know this is for The Voice. Coaches Dan and Shay. Dan, what are their last names? Dan and Shay.
They're just like they're country singers.
Isn't it like it's like Dan plus sign Shay is like their name?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we don't know the answer to that. That's just their band name.
Who knows?
Mysterious.
Not even be their real names. I have no idea.
Brooks and Dunn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Brooks and Dunn. But they did like I did think it was funny that they like it's not and it's a plus sign, right?
Yeah.
We're throwing in a little bit of I don't know. I just think it's funny when
the
they
new age.
yeah, these newfangled.
Torn between my next audiobook being Thornhedge or Tiger's Wife. Ooh. And remember, I'm in Team TLC. Well,
Tiger's Wife.
I would say Thornhedge because competition.
We need to go with the one that is longer.
No, that's right. Because Thornhedge is so short, Jean.
Yeah, at first I was like, oh yeah, Thornhedge, you'll knock it out. And then I was like, immediately, no, you shouldn't have told me your TLC. Never reveal your secrets.
Yeah. Actually, you know what you should read? Babel.
Yes. Oh, this reminds me
of Dune. You know, everyone's sitting Dune this month.
It's so funny. It's too bad you guys are all so far away because I just listened on the radio. Apparently at Mall of America this weekend, they're having like a drag themed like party, and it's literally called like Spice Up Your Life. And I was like, stop it. Could you imagine all of us girls go out, hang out?
Road trip.
Yeah. Be like, let's go, get in the car now.
That'd be a very long road trip for some people.
Yeah, that's true.
Jean, I'm going to say with my heart, I think you should read Thornhedge because I think it's lovely.
You can read Thornhedge in March.
Katie's like, no, competition.
I mean, let's be honest. I'm trying here. I know I've slacked for my team. I don't know what happened. I got hit by a train in February. I really did. Mm-hmm. So I've read, but my team.
That train took you into the future. Suddenly you're in March. The rest of us are still in February, and you're like, nope.
I feel like I'm in March. I'm ready for it to be March.
Yeah. Do we know who's in the lead? I know that she.
Not us, Katie. Not us.
How dare you? Okay, I want you to know Jamie's read like 8,000 books.
That is true. Jamie might actually hold the team together.
Yeah, I don't know. Because it was Spice Girls, wasn't it? It was in first. Danny.
I saw someone post in my team chat that they had just posted their 12th steal. And I was like, what?
I know, that is crazy.
I'm still trying to make it through 11/22/63. So it's not me. It's not me. If Paige is counted, oh, you guys better look out.
Oh my, seriously though, that's true. I was thinking about that.
Pick big books for most of them, yeah.
Yeah.
I have thought about doing something like that, like making like and I'm sure that one exists already, like a chunky readathon where like page numbers count versus books.
Mhm.
Like Clue, when Rainy did in November, that counted like
That had pages.
So
Oh, cool.
that felt a little better when I kept reading big books because it was actually worth it. This
Yeah.
time I'm like, I should have went with small books. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's just like the books you finish. Mhm.
Yeah. I like Awkward Tribe and then Chaos Goblins. Yes, indeed. All my stuff is in 4 different rooms. That is a lot. Hopefully, maybe someone can help. Although I know sometimes if you want things organized, maybe having people help isn't the best idea.
Mhm.
Hello to Jean. All the cats. Yes. Yes. Exactly, Jean. Or exactly, Chin. I assume you're asking Fire Endless. Yes. I'm really liking it, and I really like Sidra. I'm reading this on audio, and so I don't know if that's the actual characters. I think that's how they pronounce it in the audio. Now that I've said it, I feel like it sounds wrong. I really want to know what's happening or what's going to happen at the end. I hate that whenever I read on audio and I don't know how things are spelled, and I just have to guess. I'm like, I think that's that character.
Or vice versa, when you're reading it and then you say it wrong in your head a million times and then find out that it's actually pronounced completely different.
Yeah, that drives my husband nuts because I've talked to him about it's the Name of the Wind that he listened to it on audio and I read it physically. And I will try and have conversations with him about characters, and he's like, I can't. You're saying all the names wrong. I'm like,
but it's like I've said it 50 times in my head. Now I can't say it differently because it's stuck in my head like that. So
right.
Mm-hmm.
Me versus dating is a whole other thing. I almost never feel the same as the other person and either end up getting hurt or ghosted. I'm just over it at this point in my life. Yeah, that sucks, Steph. Confidence was never a factor. It was the thought of how can I be the most polite menace that will make someone else.
Oh my gosh, that'd be my worst nightmare.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's funny.
I don't mind some small talk with strangers, but large group of strangers, not for me. It stresses me out.
Yeah. Or the worst situation is when you are only attached to one person, but they know everyone else. And it's like, you're the only person I can talk to, but they're all, like I want it to be like an even playing field. Either none of us know each other, all of us know each other, or, something like that.
Yeah.
That was my whole life in college. One of my friends in college was like Miss Popular. And I'd be like, listen, I'll go out with you if you promise you don't leave me. I don't know.
They never keep that promise.
It's like we get to the door and she's like, okay, bye. And I'm like, I'm going to be in the corner. And I didn't have a Kindle then. I wasn't that person yet. So it was even more rude. You know what I mean? So like, I just was like huddled in the corner, like, this isn't weird.
We've been there. I think we've all been there. It's like, yep, not for us.
Yeah. I just didn't go to parties in college because I was like, I'm just going to stay home.
That would have been a better idea. Better use of time.
Hello, Dustin. I think we finally all road trip together. I'll drive. Yes.
Okay,
come pick us all up.
In Canada. I'll get a drive to the border.
We were trying to convince Coda to buy a plane, so that'll be even better.
Oh, yes.
That will work.
I'm in. I'm that one stranger who sees someone trying to parallel park and stops where I'm going to guide them and then continue on like nothing happened. That's so sweet.
My boyfriend does this. He helps like people parallel park for fun, which is nice. But I'm like, I hope you're not embarrassing them because he'll like really direct them, like, okay, turn your steering wheel right, left, and then gets them in. But I'm like, I feel like you're embarrassing them.
That's so funny. I just imagine when you're like, oh, he does it for fun. He just like goes out on the street and searches.
Yeah, he
did.
Does
anyone need my help?
Like, we got like bubble tea one day, and like he saw someone struggling in park, so we had to run over and like help them out. Like he does that. He doesn't like they don't ask him for help. He just runs over and helps them, which is nice.
Yeah, it is.
I feel the wheels came off for so many people in February. Yes, I agree.
I'm glad we're all on the same page, though.
Yeah.
So.
It's been a dream to have my own theater classroom. I just need to focus and take it one step at a time. Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
You can after you start stealing. A lot of them are similar, right? I haven't gotten to stealing yet, which is sad, but.
Yeah, you can because I think there's 3. Is it 3 or 4 prompts in each group? It's the same. Okay. So it's like a highly anticipated read.
Yeah.
There's the
LGBT plus / BIPOC.
I feel like there were 2 more that were in a lot of them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to remember, but I do think that
you're going to unhaul or something.
Off the top of my head.
Yeah, the unhaul. So like one that you think you're going to unhaul, and I think there was one more that's repeated in every team. So yeah, you just have to be creative about which ones you're going to redo. This is my 6th steal for Team TLC. Chunky readathon sounds great. I really do. Like I've been contemplating. I think it'd be fun. I have a bunch of chunky books that look fantastic, and I tend to put them off. Yeah. This will be my plan. So tomorrow I will put out a chunky TBR because I am reading chunky books in March. I am bound and determined.
Speaking of March, are we still doing a darker shade of magic?
Yes.
Okay.
If that's okay. If you don't want, if you want to move it, that's fine too.
No, I do. It's more like I want to like lock in like what are my outlier reads, because like obviously I'm doing Readathon, and so I'm trying to narrow down like, because I don't know what happened in February. So in March I'm trying to be very nice to myself and be like, what am I doing? What am I doing? So if you say we're reading it. Now I just have to figure out where I'm getting it. Husa.
Okay. Yeah, and let me know like timeline. Like if you can't get it to a certain day, like I'm totally fine. Just let me know. Hello, Bethany. Thanks for joining us. My kids have offered a double-edged sword. Yeah. I don't know that I would want students helping set up a classroom. You have to be really students you really trust. Saying hello to Bethany. I finished Great Hunt today, and I'm looking forward to getting back into Golden Sun. Almost halfway done with that one already. The Great Hunt is that Wheel Before Time, or not Wheel Before Time, Wheel of Time.
Wheel of Time, Land Before Time.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, that's not the right word.
Oh, I love that. That's too funny. Yeah. Now I'm just thinking of like imagining like Chomper. I don't really know what happens in Wheel of Time, but like whatever they do, just dinosaurs.
Saying hello to Coda. The names in Wheel of Time, so many I had wrong for so long. Yep. I at least know like the acronym. So like now when people write WOT, I'm like, I know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
You can do it. I have faith in you. Hone in on being the most docile menace you can imagine.
That's so funny. I just love I love it when you put 2 words together, like polite menace, docile menace. That like doesn't make sense, but it's like I love it when people do that.
You need a theme. What theme?
Oh, I think
for my readathon.
For the chunky. I mean, I think it's chunky. Chunky's the read. Is the the theme.
Yeah. That. Yeah. I don't know. I'm still contemplating. It's like in baby
steps. Because I never read my chunky books because I'm doing readathons or I just want to get through more books. So that's actually an amazing idea.
Yeah. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Readathon has some bonus points for chunky reads. I didn't know that. But it's not quite the same. It's not penalizing long books but not promoting them either.
Okay.
It's nice though to just have them recognized, because I feel like so many readathons I do tend to choose smaller books. Just because I feel the pressure. Even like Battle of the Girl Bands, I feel like has been very chill, but I still have felt pressure as far as like I'm gonna let my team down. Like I need to make sure I'm getting like
I've been making the mistake of picking longer books, and then that's why I've only submitted 4 so far. So,
but have you enjoyed them?
I did, yes.
Yeah. That's all that matters. Good morning, Kay. Reading nonfiction, How to Read a Book by Adler and Van Doren. I've never heard of this. I don't read a lot of nonfiction. I need to, but I always say that I want
one a month.
Yeah,
one a month.
Yeah, but this month I haven't done one, so I'm gonna do 2 next month to make up for it. So
yeah,
you can do it. Yeah, just make sure you do it the next month, because if you don't, then you're like, I'll read 3, and it just.
I should have done 2 in January just to like get ahead almost, but
yeah. Have one in your pocket.
Now I have to catch up.
Oh, I did read one this month. I read The Hidden Life of Trees. That's the first I've read in probably a year.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and you like that one.
Yeah, that's good. Darker Shades is on KU. I didn't know that. Or I have hardbacks if you want to borrow them.
Bethany, you're the real MVP. I never let anyone listen. I could love people to my core, right? But if somebody's like, "Can I borrow your book?" Mm-mm. But so that's how I know you really love me, Bethany. And I want you to know I'll never forget this moment.
It's on the internet now, so you'll never have a chance to forget it.
Yeah, there you go.
What chunky reads are you reading in March, Danny? I'm doing A Little Life. Ooh, that's one I will never read, but good for you. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell by Susanna Clark. I DNF'd that one.
Oh no, Coda, we aren't doing great for you with those. As soon as I saw those two titles, I was like, I know Danny DNF'd one, and I hated the other. So
I'll read the first.
Oh, gosh.
I can't emotionally.
Yeah, no. As far as like which chunky books I'm reading, I'm not gonna be able to list all of the ones that I have on my head, but Cursor's Fury, which is like the third book in the Codex Alera series that I'm reading by Jen Butcher, is on my Libby. Iron Flame just came in, which I really need to read because it's on my physical TBR. And another one on my physical TBR is The Poison Song. There was another really chunky one that was on there that I am not going to remember. I didn't get to the Queens of Innis Lear this month, and so I want to get to that next month. So there's a few. There are a lot more. I think I have 8 chunky books that I'm putting on my TBR for March, which is not going to work for me, but I don't care. I'm putting them on there anyway. Wheel of Time, or Wheel of Before Time. Yeah. Hey, maybe I've just coined like my first book.
Yeah, a mashup of the two.
I would have to read Wheel of Time first, and I haven't started yet, so it's going to take me a minute. If you really like my word wizardry, you should read my books. Yes, you should. It's Mammoth March, 800 plus page book. Oh, I've never heard of this, Mammoth March. I'm going to have to look this up. I did not know this was a thing. Hello, how are you? How are you, Bree? Editing and watching The Amazing Race tonight. Are you watching in preparation?
All the ideas.
I've learned after many lost books, the answer is no. I don't care what you said, but you said please. I think it really depends on what book it is and which friend it is. And I think I will give everyone one chance. But if you turn your book or give my book back and it's like bent or like there's writing on it or you never return it, like you're dead to me.
Yeah, like I feel like it's also like you just kind of eyeing how the other person's books look, you know, like, oh, like how do you treat your own books? Okay, you know, like I have a friend, I remember this was before I realized that it bothered me because I didn't really think about it too much, but she like cracks the spine. And I remember, you know, I had given her a paperback and she read it because she was visiting me and I just read it and then she read it. Or I think she read it first and then I read it. And like when I got it, I was like, oh my gosh, the spine's already cracked and things. And it doesn't really matter. It's whatever. And I still, every time I look at that book, I still own it. I'm like, I remember that was the moment I realized I do not like cracked spines. And it was funny.
Yeah. I think some people also, they just don't think about it. Like people are going to read books differently. They're not going to think about things like that. I have a friend that folds the covers over in paperbacks. And I'm like, every time I see her read, I'm like,
that's a no. Dog earring is also a no.
Yeah.
And when I'm reading someone else's book, I feel so paranoid that I'm like gonna spell something on it. I like barely open it. I'm like opening it like that because I'm so paranoid that I'm gonna wreck their book. And I've never spilled anything on my own book. But like when I have someone else's in my hands, I will not even like drink water near it just in case.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I'm so weird about it. Like my husband, he came to me one day and he was like, I want to read ACOTAR. Can I have your book? And I was like, no. Like, I love you. I want you to read these books so much. And I love you so much. Absolutely not. We'll buy you your own copy. Thankfully, he decided to do the audiobooks. Thank you so much. But it's like they're, especially some of those books, like, no, because like I want to have faith in people, but like books are expensive and some of them are like special editions, and so I just
I would never lend out a special edition. Like a regular, sure. But a special edition, never.
Yeah.
I did see in the comments, I was thinking, I'm like, we're kind of calling out Coda right now. And so when we get there, we'll see that, he does all the things.
I remember Coda.
Yeah.
We just don't want it.
Exactly. Yeah. And also, I don't know.
Never lend a book to Coda, basically.
Exactly. Don't lend. Just give. It's gone. It will not come back to you. It is dead. Yeah.
Ben's the cover of Dune. Dog hero the other hand. No, this hurts me. This pains me. I read them on KU and got the hardcovers later, so I'm not emotionally attached yet. But I also love lending books to other book lovers.
Me too. I do like it. As long as I trust everyone until you ruin a book, then I will not trust you again. If it was an accident, well, I feel like when I've lent out a book, people who like know they read books and stuff, they've always given them back in perfect condition. Or if they happen to wreck it, they would replace it. But like friends who don't read, I find they don't understand that. So those I'm kind of weary about lending to.
Yeah.
Katie, you forgot to say I did finish 6 Crimson Cranes last week and loved it.
Love that book. I recommend it always. It's so weird because like I feel like it's a book that I wouldn't necessarily love because it's very like story driven. There's not like, it's also character driven. It's basically like a reimagining of like an Asian folklore, I believe, like of like there's different variations of this story out there in the world, if that makes sense. But I loved it so much. It was super good. I finished it very quickly. The sequel is not my favorite, but the first one just hits. I love it. I don't know what it was. It was good. That's it.
I love the cover. I haven't read it, but I love the cover.
I have never even heard of it. I just looked it up. I'm like, I've never seen this. So
what?
I'm gonna look into it. I know. I don't know how.
That's the real crime right there.
I DNF Jonathan Strange. Thank you, Jean. I feel seen. So many people loved it, and I love Piranesi, but I just couldn't. I think I was 250 pages into this book, and I was like, I can't anymore. I'm hoping to get to Elantris. Oh, that's another one for March. That's another one that's on my list. And The Blighted Stars in March. That's 2 bigger books. Yes, I'm so glad that more people are reading The Blighted Stars because I liked it a lot. I think it's good.
I'm excited. It's going to be good.
I might be. I thought March of the Mammoths was why you were reading chunky books. Oh no, I like chunky books.
Perfect timing.
But yeah, like now I can say that's why I was reading it.
Yep.
Yes, this is a teaser. Crack my own spines, but I would never crack anyone else's. Yeah, I agree. I don't crack my own spines, but like I would never like I'm like Kelsey. I would like open the book hardly at all if I'm reading someone else's book.
They'd be like, "Did you even open this book?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, I did."
Yeah. I swear I read it.
Even when like the spine's fights a little bit depending on it, I literally will like read like this just to not do it. Like I'll suffer through.
I won't lend my pretty books or really nice books to my mom, who tends to crack spines and likes to highlight. Oh no! If I got a book back and it was highlighted, I would be livid.
Yeah, that's a way to start a war.
Yes. This new paperback I'm reading, The Spine is Cracked, just after the first reading. That's really sad. This was laughing at Coda's spins the cover of Dune. When I buy a book I've already read that I don't plan on reading again soon, I lend it out so I can get it used, or that it can get used. Like it's like the book has like hurt feelings because it hasn't been read, so you're giving it out so it gets some love. I bought my husband his own copy of Evelyn Hugo because I didn't want him touching mine. Yeah. That's hilarious. It's a Wild Swans retelling, which is why I was hesitant to go into it because I didn't realize that about the 6 Crimson Cranes. Because I was like, are they going to F with a fairy tale that is near and dear to my heart? And it was wonderful. Yeah, it's always interesting with retellings, whether or not they mess it up. The romance was cute. Katie and Danny, I sent you a photo of a book I've owned since the 90s and had to tape back together.
Oh my gosh.
I need to see this.
Did you send it on Instagram or Discord?
Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Oh my. I love it when books look like that though. Like the ones that have been in your collection forever and like are very dear to your heart. Even though taping a book back together does make me sad. Have you guys seen, speaking of this has been something on Instagram recently, and it hurts me every single time, but there will be a reel of someone reading a book and they will be holding it and say, I read half of it, and they will rip the book in half and then put the half on the bookshelf and then put the other on their unread shelf. I'm like, why? Why is this a thing? It makes me mad.
That makes me mad. Or when people film a video and then they like dog ear a page on purpose to get people annoyed, or like crack the spine right there, and I'm like,
why is this the trend? I hate this.
To be fair, one of the social media tips that's all over the world is be controversial, because it gets your engagement. Like people will comment because they will come for you and be like, what's wrong with you?
But I don't know if I want to be known as a person who does that, because I don't do that. So I'm lying that I do that. And then people who do that will follow me. And I don't want those people following me. I want the people who don't crack the spine to be following me. But just to clarify, if anyone in the comments is following me and they crack their spine, that's okay.
Yes.
Yes, this is a safe space.
I also just don't want to be a controversial person, because like when somebody gets upset with me, my anxiety is like, oh God, oh no. So yeah, couldn't be me. I will never grow to a bajillion followers that way. That'll never happen.
No. I have heard that though. Like that's like a strategy as far as even putting like false information in your videos to get people to comment. And I'm like, I can't do that. I've
seen one who like spilled coffee on her book, and I think it was purposely done to get, because there was so many comments about it.
Yeah.
And it was apparently an accident, but it didn't really look like an accident. And then everyone's commenting like, this pained me. And then all of a sudden.
Yeah.
That's painful. I wish my husband wanted to borrow my books. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
It took years. Do you understand? My husband and I have been together this year for 10 years. That's how it took me 9 years to get him to read one of my books. One of them.
When will it happen for me? We're almost 10 years and he hasn't read one book. He loves
you start, leaving,
and that's the only book he's read and loved. And I'm like, well, that's not really the vibe here.
You don't have to be careful with my books. I am definitely the other way. Rip a book in half. Like, who hurt you? I know. It makes me so mad.
Also, like, I couldn't be able to do it. I don't think I could. I
don't want to test it, but.
Right. It looks like the spine had been like cracked over and over in the same place. Yeah. It got me because I was like fuming at the screen. Yeah. Yes, that's what bookmarks are for. Exactly, Dustin. Yeah. I threw a book across the room, but I have never like ripped a book in half. The people that rip books in half are probably the ones that ate Tide Pods.
Yes. Like, I see a trend.
I was a teen. I read that book so often. Between my book bag and reading, it fell apart.
That's fair.
I'm much more gentle now, but I do love it. I got that book when I was 13 or so. Rip a book in half. No, yes. Yeah, and I think like now they have like the little book bags that you can put like your books in to put in a backpack, and like I think that it's easier, especially as an adult, when you're more conscientious of the wear and tear of things too. Now I need to know what book Danni threw across the room. Well, I have a vlog on it. It was actually the same vlog I read Thornhedge. So it's Thornhedge, and then the book I threw across the room was called Wild Spaces. So if you want to see me get real mad at a book, it's on film. It's on my channel. Go check it out.
Ooh, yeah, definitely.
And we have made it to the comments, or to the end of the comments.
Yes.
So I'm thinking, if you guys are okay with this, do you guys want to do like a longer sprint? So like 75 minutes, or do you want to do 75 minutes? Good?
Yeah.
Oh, that works for me.
Okay. Let me change this then. Okay. So I will see you guys back in 75 minutes. Happy productivity or reading or whatever you decide to do. Hello, hello. So let me turn off things that don't need to be on anymore. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hope your guys' sprint went well. During that time, I did the dishes, some laundry. I got to 45% of the River Enchanted, and I think that's about it. I vacuumed a little bit. So it's a productive sprint. I think I still can't put my finger on what exactly I'm a little frustrated with the River Enchanted. And I think it might just be maybe there's too much going on, that they're not focusing on like the magic that I want them to focus on. And I feel like certain things have been very conveniently brought up. Like we don't know about things and then something happens and then someone remembers some legend or lore. And I'm like, okay. Anyway, how did you do, Leandra?
Well, I also did a little bit of cleaning, a little bit of organizing, and I am 3/4 of the way through Wild Girls. I only have about an hour left, actually, because that's how short the book is. So I'm going to finish it in the next sprint, and I'm learning a lot, so it's good. Yeah.
Are you like it, Leandra?
I am. Sorry, I'm trying to not have people hear the loud traffic outside. Yeah, I am enjoying it. I'm finding it really interesting. There was a chapter on Harriet Tubman. There's a chapter on Louisa May Alcott, and I don't know, interesting perspective on gender that I wasn't anticipating. And then now we're talking about Indigenous groups, and they mentioned. So I'm not originally from Pennsylvania, but I currently live in southern PA, and they keep mentioning the Carlisle Indian School, which a lot of us in this local area are aware of. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm learning about the local area that I, moved into in recent years. I always find that a bit fascinating because it is, a very tense history in this area for obvious reasons that they're still trying to grapple with and try to make reparations for. So it was really nice to see this author kind of reflect on that. And because it's local for me, I'm like, oh my goodness, I wasn't expecting that. So I've appreciated it. Yeah. So I can recommend it. And I'm listening, as I said, I'm listening to the audiobook, very accessible, highly recommend, only 4 hours at normal speed. So anyone can read it if you want to try it.
A book that can be read by the end of February.
True.
Exactly.
Not if you're already reading 3 books at once, though, maybe.
That's
true. What about you, Kelsey? How did you do?
I didn't read it all, which I expected to read, and then I got kind of scheduling posts. I got kind of in that rabbit hole. But now I have 4 or 5 posts scheduled, so that's great. And then I created a sprint or scheduled a sprint as well for a week or 2 away. So I did productive things, but no reading. Yeah. So maybe next time.
Yeah, nice.
That's okay. Productivity. I mean, that's all we need. Edie, what about you? How did you do?
I am so sorry. Again, I am what? Hello.
You're fine.
I'm good. It was good. So Kelsey knows because Kelsey already said it because she's the best. But I have been working on my author services stuff. And so I created 2 different master lists essentially today. So one is for reader signups. So if people are interested in helping indie authors or just authors, because there's so many books that we don't see because let's be honest, a lot of us keep promoting the same books over and over and over again, which is fine. Listen, they're popular for a reason. I get it. But there's a lot of authors just starting off and things like that, or maybe they don't have the marketing budget to promote their books. So I have a reader sign up for readers who, want to essentially be receive emails from me about lesser known books that I think they would like. And so then I also created the author sign up form for authors to tell me all about them and about their books. And then I will create the newsletters and I will do this and that and this and that and this. So yes, I am happy, but also feel like I have gone insane. So yeah.
That sounds fun though.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's just exciting talking to people who just genuinely love the book community. Not that any of us don't, you know what I mean? But there's so much excitement, and indie authors, I just feel are just some of the sweetest humans around. And it feels really, really good being able to help them. So anyways, that's my 2 cents about that. So I was super distracted. I am going to preface this by saying I'm going to stay for a little bit of the chatty bit, but I told my husband I'd be on for an hour and we chatted for an hour.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hang out for a little bit because I want to be here for a little bit. Because I don't want you to be like, okay, bye, Katie, like whatever. But I'm trying to, you guys know, I'm trying to be better about getting sleep. And I stayed up until 1 o'clock in the morning this morning. So that's going great. It's going great.
You can do it. So we will kick you out. What time do you want us to kick you out at?
I'll probably stay for like, I'd say 10, 15 minutes. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay. During that sprint, we had a Rainy join us. So how did you, I don't know how much of the sprint you were actually on, Rainy, or if you were doing other things. What have you gotten done recently?
Well, I got home like 20 minutes ago from circus. So there's that. And I also was up till 1 a.m, Katie. So there you go, hanging out at my friend's house, even though I should have gone home earlier than that. But it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I have not been reading, although I need to finish because I'm still on my gosh darn 24-hour timer. I have 8.5 hours left. But I'm on my 4th book for that, and I'm reading Katie's, fave, One Dark Window.
No pressure. Tell me everything.
I'm only 2 chapters in. I mean, I really like it so far, but like, I can't say anything. Like, I'm only like, it's literally 25 pages in, So like, anyway, I need to really get a lot of this done tonight while I listen to it and fix the millions of shelves behind me that are not fixed.
They look beautiful, though.
I was gonna say, we wouldn't know.
Well, I know. There are many books on the floor right now. It's fine. I have another bookshelf, though, and no more books on top of the bookshelf. So,
Because it did truly scare me. I was waiting for the avalanche to happen. It terrified me.
I was never scared. They were up there. They were fine. It's fine.
Permanent fixtures.
They were, but now they all fit. So there you go. So for maybe not really, because now I'm like, oh, I have like nice fancy books. I want this one to face out like this, and this one to face. So then it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's
also the way you guys are set up. Like if your shelves were a little bit different, Katie, it would just look like you guys are in the same room. Just like the shelves continuing on. I love it.
Rainy and I,
booktubers all over the world.
Yeah, exactly. Rainy just get each other. I feel like we're very similar, so it makes sense that we have similar shelves. Yeah.
I did think that while I was putting my next bookshelf up, I was like, I have Katie's background now.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, it's a good background. Can't complain. But I love how you set things up though. Like you have, like I haven't gotten that organized yet. Mine is literally just like, if you fit, you go.
Oh, I can't do that. I don't know. That would I have to be so stressed. I'm already stressed. I have so much to do still. It's fine.
We left off with Coda wishing us a happy spine breaking for the sprints.
Wait. Who's breaking their spines?
People.
None of us.
A lot of people. We were talking about how there's an Instagram reel that I've seen, and it's become kind of a trend for this person to rip a book in half.
Did you see this?
I've read half the book.
Yeah.
This is going to go on this bookshelf, and then so it spanned into like cracking books, letting people borrow books.
Spilling coffee on your book on purpose to get views. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were talking about how this is not something that we should be doing.
It would pain me to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like even for the views, it would pain me.
It pained me the other day when I accidentally put my book down on the wrong way, and it like cracked, not cracked. It like how like indent, and
I've
done that. So I like weighed it down with like a bunch of stuff, and I was like, "We're gonna fix it."
Yeah. Or even if like books fall, and I'm like, "Oh no, did they fall in a way where they hurt themselves?" And
yeah,
that literally happened to me. I was doing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Danny.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was doing an unboxing, like one of my first unboxings for YouTube, and I had like all the books, and then it fell, and then like one of the books I had just gotten, it was like signed and everything. It got like bent, and I was like, well, this is the most devastating day of my life.
Oh, worst.
But
Oh,
you
my
know what?
goodness.
It's fine. It's just extra loved. You know,
Yeah.
it looks like I've read it a million times. I've read it once. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. And you know, we all feel your pain though. You're not alone. We share the pain now.
Yes. I know I've gotten books delivered from Amazon that have damage already, and that irritates me.
All the time, because they don't put them in boxes for me.
No.
They always put them in those small, like the paper parcel ones, and it's going to get bent.
Yep.
Did you send Magnolia Parks back, Kelsey?
No, they haven't answered me yet. But it was the weekend when I emailed. Like, I emailed a Friday night, so that's probably why. I don't know if they're going to make me send it back, though, because remember, like, I'm in Canada, and if it's going to the UK, like, would it be worth it price point-wise for them to have me send it back?
Probably not. You'll probably get to keep both.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Win-win.
True.
Good evening, Nicole. And yes, we are definitely talking about breaking spines and how evil it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, first time you've been on. Well, welcome, Nicole. I'm happy to have you here. And everyone's saying hello. A worthy conversation talking about cracking spines. Yes, indeed, we've gotten into kind of a rabbit hole there. Read 5 stories and having a snack. Should not be drinking coffee at 3 p.m., but oh well. Hey, you know, you got to do what you got to do. I don't drink coffee or I don't drink caffeine a lot, and I have definitely gotten into the habit of sometimes having a glass of tea in the evening. And when I do that, I have to be very careful because the first time, I think I wasn't feeling very well. I had a cold and I had a cup of black chai tea, and I did not realize, because I'm not a tea drinker either, that tea has caffeine in it. And I was up until like 2 a.m.
Is it bad? I mean, I know it's bad. It's whatever. It's the end of, I don't care. Yeah, caffeine don't affect me like that.
Yeah.
Good. But, you know, I could literally have a soda right now and I'd go to sleep in 5 minutes.
That's amazing. But does it give you energy then? So, like,
No.
yeah.
No, it doesn't even help you.
So that sucks too, because if you need it in the morning.
Right.
I'll take energy drinks and my friends will all be like, oh yeah, like I feel a buzz, like I'm ready to go. And I'm like, I don't feel anything. What's wrong with me? And they're like, oh,
Same. It's like 8:30 at night and I've been drinking soda. I could go to bed immediately. Like it doesn't. Yeah. It's because also, like, realistically, they say that you build up a tolerance. So I don't even know what the amount of caffeine I would have to drink to feel something. But
me too. I'm scared.
I'm going to try a different. Okay. I just felt like we were really tiny. Maybe this is a little bit better. People are still saying hello in the comments. Finished the 3-novella companion, a master of Gin, and submitted a steal, and then covered the first 2 chapters of the book I'm not going to read the title of because I will butcher it again. Are you liking the book though that you chose? Like, do you think it's a good choice? I know you're only 2 chapters in, but what are you thinking so far? Finished the dishes and hit 70% of Dune. Hey, you can definitely finish this by Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
So you're reading Fanro, Rainey. Are you having fun with it?
Yes, I'm living my.
Well,
okay.
in my teaspoon, I use.
Okay.
chapstick.
You can use chapstick. Yes, I'm living my best life. Honestly, I was expecting to love it. Yes, Lincoln. I also just realized how much I love it, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna prioritize doing 1 Fanro vlog a month, so that lets me read Fanro because it's just good. So anyway, I'm fully expecting One Dark Window to also be a 5 or a 4-star because I've only had 5 or 4 stars for my video, but we'll see.
It's a trend.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
I chatted with my cousin, and she talked me into going to more musicals. Ooh, that's fun. I'm hit or miss with musicals. I think I'm going to enjoy them, and then sometimes I don't.
I just saw a musical outside of Spot of the 2 watch-alongs on Wednesday.
How do we get on this list, Katie? Yes, tell us.
Yes.
okay. So depending on whether you're an author or a reader, there are a few rules. I just want to be 100% real because I am doing this for free. So for authors, you do have to be a romance, fantasy, or a romantasy author. The reason being is that's where I have the most experience. That's what I read. So if I'm going to promote your book, you would want me to know what I'm talking about, you know? And then if you are a reader, the rule is that you have to have a bookish platform. Follower count does not matter. I mean, I'd appreciate if you had like, I don't know, 10, right? Like a few friends. But the point is like all that you need is like a bookish place, a place that you share about books, because all I care about is that you enjoy reading and you will share that you enjoyed it or you didn't with other people, if that makes sense. So to answer the question fully, where you could actually find it is if you follow me on Instagram, I posted the reader list there. Right now, the reader one I have kind of exclusively on Threads, but if you need either of them, I'm trying to think of how to navigate. Follow me on Instagram. I will send them to you. I'd say Discord, but then I'd have to post like a Discord thing. Find me somewhere. I will send it to you. It's not a secret.
Most popular books are not for me, so I tend to stumble onto books that I never hear anyone talk about and I love, but I have zero people to geek out with. Hey, you can geek out with us, Rachel. We are here for you.
I did. Someone shared some fantasy romance arc, and it was for an indie author that I'd never heard of before, like I think a month ago. And I'm pretty sure I signed up to get their book early, forgot about it, and then like yesterday I got an email saying, "This person, here's your arc," and I'm like, "Who the heck is this?" And then I like look up the book, and then I go, "Oh, I did sign up for that." Also, yay, someone I don't know.
It's always nice to find authors and books that you've never heard of before, because then it's just widening your TBR.
Well, there's so many from Stuff Your Kindle Day that I'm just like, Rainey, you should actually go read, because I'm sure some of those are fabulous. And I wouldn't know, but they're sitting there. They're there.
Fun fact, while I was scrolling on Threads, because that's how I'm finding a lot of indie authors these days, I literally found 2 single dad nanny romances that I wasn't even looking for, but they found me, and you know what? I'm here for it.
That is exciting.
But you can't. You guys, it's on your lips.
Okay, no more chapstick talk.
People saying hello in the comments. I forgot, what is everybody reading? I'm reading The River Enchanted.
I'm reading Wild Girls.
I'm reading The Perfumist of Paris, yeah. And The Frozen River. I can't hold them up because they're downstairs, but
I'm reading One Dark Window.
I'm not currently reading, I'm working, but when I am reading, I'm reading 11/22/63 and I'm 60% in.
How many pages is that one?
800 and something.
Oh my god.
The audio is 31 and I'm on like disc 3 or something. I don't know.
Oh, I was also going to say earlier, Danny, when you said the River Enchanted stuff and the stuff you were saying, and then I was like, oh, yeah, I don't think this book's going to get better for you based off of what you said.
Oh, no.
I don't foresee this getting better for you. If you're not vibing with it already, you ain't going to vibe with it.
Okay.
I love that book. That book was 5 stars.
Oh my god. I love how your son laughed at
I
that.
don't hate it. I just, yeah, it's not my favorite at the moment.
I also definitely wanted more of like them like I also agree in that. I guess I don't know what I was expecting with that book. I thought it was like going to be a lot more historical. Like I'd heard it was like a historically fantasy romance, and so I was also a little hesitant. But then I also it just reminded me that I like her writing anyway, because I read Divine Rivals and I'm obsessed with that. And so I was just like, oh, this is like bringing those memories back to me. So I just really like her.
Yeah. Indie authors are some of the sweetest human beings. She thinks I'm sweet. Hello. Ashley, right? Okay. I didn't want to say the wrong name, but I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Ashley. Okay.
No, Miss Ashley.
Oh, no, not your teacher. Also, we start a little life on Friday, and I'm scared.
Ooh.
Yeah, Coda was talking about that earlier. That is definitely
I won't read that.
Nope. Not on my list.
I'll let you know how it is. End of the March.
Are you vlogging it, or are you guys?
Are we what?
Are you vlogging it, or are you just
100%?
Yeah.
100% I'm vlogging it. I also only have to read 26 pages a day to finish it. I feel like that's doable.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know though with the devastating content.
I mean, devastating depending on how you feel about it. I
can't say I've never read it, but
yeah, I did not cry. That is not a book. I refuse. So I'll be interested to see your thoughts about it because I have a few friends who've liked it, and then others who also were not fans. So I'm interested to see your thoughts. I feel like you and Coda might like
very
it.
polarizing. Like someone loves it or hates it.
I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna be someone that doesn't end up liking it, but you know,
I think so.
Yeah, it's just be prepared for like. I feel like it sensationalizes pain a lot, in like a way. Yeah, so
yeah.
I'm prepared. I mean, as prepared as you can be.
Yeah.
That's what I found on the second book.
Reading The Wishing Game and still working on True Love Experiment. Katie, do you need to leave us?
I mean, need is such an interesting word. I don't want to, right? But until my husband gets like 3 more jobs and I don't have to work and I can just stay home and read books forever, sadly, I have to like do stuff. But especially because it's like almost 9 and I haven't eaten dinner. So
yes.
I know listen, when I get in the zone, nothing around me matters.
Yeah.
No offense, honey. Yeah, I do need to go, but thank you for letting me hang out. I always have the best time. I just feel like I haven't seen you guys in forever. I don't know what happened. Like Girl Band has been happening the whole month, but like what happened?
It flew by.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So, well, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
And yes, go take care of yourself. Go eat. Go rest.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Have so much fun. Do all the reading and the things. Goodbye.
Bye.
Rainey's holding us all up. Oh, never mind.
Join me down there. That's weird.
I was gonna say that was weird. Reading The Wishing Game and still working on the True Love Experiment. I really want to read The Wishing Game, and I have thoughts on. I don't know. I'm debating on whether or not I'm going to like it, but I'm interested in it a lot. True Love Experiment, is that Christina Henry? No, is that right?
No, Christina Lauren.
Who is that?
Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, I was like Christina Henry. Why does that sound familiar? Because Emily Henry and Christina Lauren.
Yeah, they both have like first name, last names.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm legit looking for free bookshelves purely so I can have more books that are prettily set. Yeah. So all of them can be seen. I know I love it when people have like the books that are like canted so you can see like the front cover.
Mm-hmm.
But space.
I know.
I'm like, I have to maximize the space right now. Maybe one day. But now it's like they just all fit.
I know, but I'm trying to do that better. Like I have my fairy loot once upon a heart behind me.
I know, they're so pretty. One day I'll have room. I can't get in. Well, I could get another bookshelf. I could do anything I want, but I shouldn't.
That doesn't even matter when this beautiful thing's in my hands at last.
Ooh, that is pretty. I love those color pages.
Rainy, show the inside. Is the inside like,
yeah, hold on. So
She's like, oh, hold on.
Oh my god.
And then
they better be making a book too.
The back is they better, and I'm gonna have to be on. And then this is the best part: the reversible dust.
I should have gotten it.
But anyway, no, I'm on the wait list for Owl Crate now because I'm like I didn't have Owl Crate, and I luckily found someone that was not selling this for an arm and a leg. But still, I was like, this is my most prized possession.
Literally.
I'm obsessed. And also, Fairy Loot is coming out with both of them in April. I'm gonna believe my calendar is ready at the time that it said. And
I'm glad you know everything going on because I don't know any of this.
Well, it's coming in April. You best be ready.
I'm ready right now.
Yeah, I have
got calendar invites, reminders.
You do. Whenever there's like a book I really, really want, if it's something like that, I'll have a reminder 5 minutes before, and I'm like, okay, I got 5 minutes, Rainy. Like it's make or break. Especially with like some of these books, like they'll send out the Lumicrane and Fairy Lead will send out like the, oh, it's your turn for this. And I'm just like, I could get that tonight or tomorrow, and I know it's not going to sell out. And then there's other ones where it's like, oh, you don't go on right now and you're not getting it. Like, I know for a fact I won't get the Serpent and Wings of Night ones if I don't buy them ASAP. Just like when I went to buy the second one for this, there was only 3 left when I got it.
Yeah.
Crazy. So we'll see.
I made you put it on here so
51% of Fire Endless. Very nice, Jean.
Oh, you're like whizzing through it. I'm also, I want to read that so bad, but no one is selling the Illumicrate edition and they have to match. And no one is selling it. It's like nowhere.
Could you borrow it from the library to read it and then eventually buy it?
I could, but it's very fun to read it when it's pretty.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I'll read it one day. That's just not right
now. I don't think about any amount of tea wakes me up or gives me energy, but also not super sleepy if I don't have it.
Nice.
Yeah. I would be wired. It's good so far. The author reads it. Oh, nice. I love it when that. I love it most of the time when that happens.
Yeah.
I've almost laughed a couple of times. It's thoughtful and interesting. Nice. Got to 66%. 58% in Dune.
Ooh, nice.
People saying hello. Did I already say hi to you? Kickstarter is also where I find new authors. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And most of them are such sweethearts that become bookish friends after. Aw.
Nice.
I liked the first 90% of River Enchanted, but then the last 10%, I felt how you're feeling, Danny. Oh.
A lot of people
like high hopes.
A lot of people didn't like the ending, and I thought it was fine. Like, I was like, these people must not read like actual like fantasy romance, because like I think people were pissed because there was like high stakes stuff that happened at the end, and I'm like, well, yeah, I would hope so, or this is boring as hell.
That makes me wonder what's actually going to happen at the end.
Yeah.
Wanna see?
Yeah, we'll find out. Thank you. I try. 1122 is kind of historical fantasy romance.
Wait, really?
Really?
What? Are you laughing because you're lying?
Are you like making a joke?
Are you laughing because you're lying?
Romance.
I haven't read that book, but Stephen King and romance don't mix. Is A Little Life the new icebreaker?
No, I don't think so.
No, just
I will
because
never
it's
read it.
already so polarized and I also, because I wouldn't tell people to read it to hate it with me, because I don't think they deserve it.
Yeah.
So,
I don't
That's
know.
not a light read.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have any of you read the second? Well, it's not the second book, but like the other book that recently came out by the same author that I've heard is similar.
Paradise or something.
Which book?
It's the same book, or it's the same author that wrote A Little Life, but it's
It's like Paradise or something like that. What is it?
Paradise?
Oh yes, yeah.
Paradise. Yeah.
No, I own it.
No, I mean, I will never read anything by that author again. Like, I absolutely refuse.
Yeah, I've heard mixed reviews on that one too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, we're all making, or you guys are all making it through Dune. I've already read it. Once again, I'm not going to pick it up again. Hey, notes. Oh,
Probably Nicole.
Okay.
Yes, it is. It is. Of course it is. It beats.
I do need to read that.
You really do. And if you hate it, don't tell me.
Or
Okay.
me.
What?
That'll
Gonna come at me.
icebreaker.
You can tell me. I haven't read it, but I'll just be that shoulder.
I wanted to make you read it, Leandra, and I was like, I can never make anyone read this for that booktuber taste test. They all go, no, that's the book I loved.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It'd
true.
been so obvious. Yeah.
It'd be so obvious. It would be like if Julie, because I asked Julie to do it next for me. If she gave me God Killer, I'd be like,
Yeah.
well, no.
Right.
Yeah.
We all know this isn't a surprise anymore.
No.
Yeah, it could be more of a just like read like so and so, maybe one day we can all do that just in your honor, Rainy. So then you can make us all read Serpents in the Wing of Night. Yeah.
That's true. If you all read it, then that has to be the next set.
Mhm.
Yeah, I read fantasy, but not so much fantasy romance, so that might be it. Yeah, same. I like a little bit of romance, a little bit, but I prefer it to be majority fantasy.
Oh, see, I need that romance.
Yep.
I need it in there.
I think I get frustrated with the romances because I don't know. I guess I'm judgmental.
Well, I mean, I can be judgmental too. Like there was one I read recently where I was like, that's a little too insta-lovey for me. I'm like, the only time an insta-love it's worked for me is if they're like fated mates or something. Because I'm like, yeah, well, that kind of makes sense. Because like, there's no, that's the inevitable.
It's fate. I enjoyed my reading of The River Enchanted, turned into a kind of buddy read with Rainy. Nice.
It did, only I really sped up at the end and said, sorry, Jean.
Bye.
Leaving your buddy behind.
Yeah.
The silence of that confusion over 1122.
Yeah, we all stopped being like,
no way.
What?
Same, Leandra. I DNF'd a little life.
Yeah, and that was before my DNFing era, like where I didn't even consider DNFing a thing. It was like prior to BookTube and everything like that, and I just read it and just kept reading it. And I will say, and I don't mean for this to like impact Coda and Rainy's reading, but I had already disliked the book when I finished it, and then for some reason I was like, well, let me see if I can figure out like the author's points of this. And so I listened to a podcast where someone was interviewing the author, and some of the author's views just really like made it go, if I could make it less than 1 star, I would, because of the author's arguments for why the author did certain things. And I was like, I didn't know.
I'm kind of interested in that.
Yeah, so I can share it with you and Coda after you've done your attempt. That's how I got it. So yeah.
Share it after.
Yeah. So I wish you guys luck. I don't know. It sounds weird, but we'll see what you guys think.
And we have made it to the end of the comments. So this probably gonna be my last sprint. I'm thinking 75 minutes again, if you guys are okay with that. And I know that some of you are definitely on a later time end than I am. So is everyone good to stick around for one more sprint? Or anyone need to leave?
Around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I can finish my book.
Okay. So 75-minute sprint. Let me share my screen.
Mom, what do you want to watch for the
And happy reading, happy productivity. Get some stuff done. See you guys in 5 minutes. Hello, hello. Let me shut things off. I don't need to be on anymore. So, in that sprint, I did not read. I recorded my TBR for tomorrow, and I can confirm that I have 8 chunky books on top of 4 buddy reads and 5 middle grade on my TBR, which is definitely not getting read. I mean, like everything. There's no way I'm going to get through it all, but I can hope. A girl can dream. So we shall see. Let us know in the comments how you guys did on that sprint. And Leandra, how did you do?
Well, I ended up finishing my book, Wild Girls, and it was really informative. It was really thoughtful. I really appreciated it. And yeah, again, it's a quick nonfiction that blends nature and like BIPOC stories and women's stories. And yeah, I found it very informative and thoughtful. And then when I finished that, I then just started doing a little bit of planning. I also have too large of a TBR that I will not be finishing in March. Spoiler alert. And then I also have like a million tabs open of different books because I'm doing some project research. And yeah, I'm doing a deep dive, and I feel like I've gone too far. You know, when you like start looking into stuff, and you're like, okay, I need to backtrack. Like I've found things that I should not be finding. So yeah, it was an interesting like after 11 p.m. searching, and now I'm like, okay, I think I'm more lost than I was when I started, but that's okay. So feeling all right.
How did you do, Kelsey?
Good. I finished my buddy read pages for Perfumist of Paris, and then I just kind of relaxed because I'm falling asleep. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to read because then I'm actually going to fall asleep. So
yeah. Mm-hmm. Are you liking it so far?
Yeah, I'm loving it. I don't think that I'm going to like it more than the first 2.
Okay.
It follows a sister in this book, and she wasn't my favorite character in the first 2. I'm still really enjoying it, but I just don't think it'll top the first 2.
Yeah. What about you, Rainey? What'd you do?
Well, I had to put Lincoln to bed, and then I almost fell asleep in bed with him, so that would have been fun. And I finished half of my shelves, but I'm also getting tired, so I'm probably not going to be able to finish tonight. But my question being, is some of my shelves, like my books, like, because you know bookshelves, like they're so deep, like you could push them all the way back, and then there's still like so much space, like you could double stack essentially. Yeah. And not that I need to double stack. But my question is, if some of my shelves are pushed forward, do they all need to be pushed forward? Do you see what I'm saying?
I would say yes.
Philly.
If one of your books or one of your shelves is pushed forward, are you saying like you'll have one that's pushed forward and one that's pushed all the way back right next to each other?
You mean the books, don't you? Oh, do you mean the bookshelves or the books?
I'm talking about the books on the shelves.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I have all mine back. I feel like if I put all of mine, like some forward, I would have to put all of them forward.
Well, some of them are forward because, like, if they're so far back, it's not as noticeable. Like Fable, for example, right behind, or not Fable, yeah. Like the girl right behind me, like she's pushed forward because if she's pushed back, it's like weird.
I think though, like if you have knickknacks or something, like I think you can I think if it's something that happens around your whole shelves, so like if some areas are pushed back, some areas are pushed forward, I think it's going to be an aesthetic. Like I think it'll work. Now, if you had one section that was pushed all the way back, and
right, you have to kind of like mix it in between. Yeah, I can't
give it a bit of texture.
And then it didn't really bother me before. And then I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh, maybe that's a big issue. But like, also, I have some knickknacks, and so like, I don't know.
I think it'll be fine once you like add the knickknacks, and then like it wouldn't be noticeable, you know. Like if I'm gonna be honest, I'm looking at your shelves right now. I never would have been like, Rainey's got some pushed in, pushed out shelves. Like I literally didn't notice it until you started saying, and I'm like, can I see like which ones?
Oh yeah. Okay, that makes me feel better then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do what you want.
Yeah.
Do what your heart desires.
Your shelves. Your choice.
My choice.
Hello, crewman. And of course, you came in on the final sprint. That's okay. Hey, the final sprint was an hour and 15 minutes. So hopefully, it looks like you came in on like right when we started. So hopefully you still got some stuff done. I just got my purple belt today from martial arts. Me and my brother Arthur got a purple belt. Very nice. Congrats. Finished my daily dune, heading to bed. Good night, Nicole. Oh, you're probably gone. I'm going to skip over. I commented as well, and I'm skipping over my comments because we don't need to read those. Kiwi read 2 stories. We'll be reading or switching to red, white, and royal blue for the rest of the night because it's due in 3 days, and I'm only at 20%. Luckily, I think that's not a super long book, and I've heard that it's a fast read. So
yeah, I think it's a little big, but it's fast. It is like, yeah, you can get through it. Mm-hmm.
And you are welcome for sprints. Thanks for joining us. Bethany fell asleep, putting her daughter to bed, reading a couple of chapters. Once I woke up and missed the chatty bit, I'm heading to sleep myself now.
When you're in that bed, you get tired.
Yes. Hope you have a lovely night's sleep, Bethany. And then, of course, Rachel, sleep tasty. Saying hello. 78% in Dune. You guys are flying through. I mean, it's a chunky book.
It's a reread for Coda, too, by the way.
Oh, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to reread it, I would just watch the movie. And I know the movie's not as good as book. I don't need to hear it, but
like I already know. Before you start typing, start backspace, backspace, backspace.
Made it to 14% and watched Margaret's announcement. Good progress for the night. Nice. What announcement? I need to go watch this. Don't say, because everyone needs to go watch Margaret's announcement.
I think I know what it is.
The intrigue. Let the intrigue pull at your heartstrings, guys. Go and watch Margaret's announcement.
Well, now I have to know.
We'll post it in the private chat.
Yeah.
What? I can never find her channel because it's like
the word nerd, but with the E or with the 3.
Yeah.
But is it in both?
No, I think it's just the one.
Yeah, just in nerd, not in the.
Oh yeah, I found her.
I think.
Oh, okay. It's a read. I'm gonna have to look at this.
Rachel spent the sprint freshening up on history and cultural study points to make sure I know what I'm talking about and can think about how to translate it into something more familiar to modern Western audiences. Rachel, I really need to pick up your books. I have one of them on my TBR.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Are they under her name right there or their name right there?
Yes. And I shouldn't say, I should say it's not on my March TBR because it's not my chunky reading month, but it is on my Goodreads. It's in my head. I need to remember to pick it up. I also need to, I think one of them I have access to on my Kindle. So read 4 different books, but at least I read a chapter of each. Hey, that's progress. Also, squirrel. Sometimes if you're not jiving with a book, I pivot a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Made it to 28% of the wishing game. It's slow but intriguing. Good to know, Ashley. And thank you for joining us. Switched over to The Fire on Memory Lane for a book club. I don't think I've heard of this.
Mm-mm.
I'll have to check that out. The exacerbated I need to pick up your books warms my heart. Well, good.
I love the little graphics.
I know. I have a Mac and mine won't do it.
Really?
Yeah.
You must have the feature off or something.
That or you didn't do an update or something.
Mm.
There we go. Spreading the love, Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is it for sprints tonight, guys. So before we leave, I would like to give you guys an opportunity to talk about what you've got going on. If you have anything that we need to watch out for on your channel, since we've already talked about Margaret's channel, some other things that are happening. So what do you guys have going on this week that we need to know about?
I have sprints tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Battle of the Girl Bands. Very exciting. And then this past Sunday, I posted a middle grade mysteries list. So for those who might be participating in middle grade March, if you're interested, and I think Thursday, yes, the last day of the month, the 29th, I am hoping to post my TBR video. So those are the things I have planned in my head.
What about you, Kelsey?
I don't have anything this week unless I happen to finish at the Frozen River. Then the vlog will go out, but it's realistically probably going to be next week.
Oh, you're posting a vloggy vlog?
Yes. Well, it was supposed to be posted a long time ago, like 2 weeks ago, but I've been reading so slow, and it has 3 books in it, so we'll see. We'll see. I might be able to get it done by the end of the month. Sorry?
Is it more than 5 minutes long?
It is currently 12 minutes long.
Okay. All
and
right.
I have not filmed anything for no, I have filmed a little bit for the 3rd book, but not a lot. So it looks like a 15-minute. So I'm done the curse of the 5-minute videos, hopefully.
I still don't know how you do that.
I don't know either. I don't purposely do it. I think I cut it down so much because I'm like, oh, that's useless. I shouldn't unnecessarily talk. But this one I left in a bit of the unnecessary talk because I feel like maybe it's interesting. So
I'm sure it is.
That's all I do.
Yeah.
Well, I realized other people do it, and I'm like, okay, instead of cutting it and not having any of that, I'm gonna kind of leave it alone.
I love how you said, I realize that other people leave in their unnecessary talk. Suggesting. I know you didn't mean that, but I was just like,
and I like listening to somebody ramble about, and not that I'm rambling on, but I like hearing other things other than just this is what I read and this is what I'm thinking so far, a little bit more. So I left it alone about that. So that's
what about you, Rainey? What do you
I have probably my TBR video going up Wednesday, and then Thursday, hopefully I will be done with my timer vlog because that was supposed to go up Wednesday. And then I was like, oh, but I really don't you can put a TBR video up in the month that it goes up, but I like putting it up on the last day. So I was like, it's gonna be video Wednesday, Thursday, and I have final sprints at 8 p.m. on EST on Thursday because that's the 29th.
Yoo-hoo.
And then the month is done.
Yeah. Battle of the booktubers or Battle of the girl bands.
Battle of the girl bands.
I know. I'm gonna need to think of what I'm gonna do for next year because I did boy bands, girl bands. I have plans.
Ooh,
you just rhymed.
You've heard it here, all. Plans are in session. Thank you guys for joining us for sprints. And we will see you guys in the Bookiverse somewhere. Make sure that you guys subscribe to all of these lovely ladies if you aren't already. And we will see you in the next one. See you guys.